of light, Thanos, had returned. He celebrated his brilliant rebirth exuberantly and licensed. Thanos was once again among the living. Should one have seen this coming? Well, presumably, because with a name like that, it was probably inevitable that he would pop up again. In honor of Thanos and all the other people who had been resurrected, a great feast was proclaimed in the Cathedral of Light. The inebriated evil set about building a brewery complete with brewing kettle, an important step on the way to brewing Blaze beer. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon.
Talia? Do you always have to disrupt my parties? It's like that time on my 14th birthday, when you dumped that bucket of pig's blood over my head. Men, drive that rabble off. I don't want my father to be disturbed.
Oh, yes, that's right. The red birthday. Oh, those were the days.
Talia's activities in the underground had not gone unnoticed. Heroes set out to destroy the dungeon. The celebrations were in full swing. Thanos, the good paladin of light, however, wanted to give this joyous celebration a more personal touch.
Friends, brothers, comrades, it's good to have you by my side again. My beloved son Tristan saved us all. I have had some of these hideous horde monstrosities captured in his honor. Tristan, to you belongs the honor of bringing the purifying fire upon them.
Father, does that really need to be done? I think we could...
Oh, son, you are so humble. I'll just spring in and take over for a minute. This is for you, son. Enjoy the show.
Looks like those two have found each other again. Thanos is still the same dumbass he was when I put his head on a spear. And that's where he should have stayed. But Tristan, the miserable idiot, at least they have no idea of the favor they've done me here. Okay, little snots, get to work.
Dead Horde creatures could easily be resurrected at a defibrimat in a Horde laboratory. Fortunately, the supposedly dead creature was mysteriously returned to the dungeon, where some little snots picked it up to carry it to the Horde laboratory. The first Horde creature had been resurrected as a defibrimat in the Horde laboratory.
Excellent! Welcome back. I just happen to have a jolly little suicide mission for you.
The festivities were still in full swing, and more partygoers arrived by the minute. Just then, noble guests from the House of Martell set out with smoking tires to ascend the Iron Throne with sun spears. I mean, to join in the festivities.
They'll never make it, because they're going to suffer a hostile takeover on the way. Forward, creatures! Scout out the area, set up an ambush, and then just let them have it. There go the people of Martell. So much for sun spears and cheap plastic toys.
One of your creatures has died. Payday.
It's time to purify another one of those heretical monstrosities with holy fire. This one is yours, Tristan, my beloved son.
Thank you, Father. Even if I would prefer to forego the honor.
Don't be too modest now. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Fortunately, the Frankensteinian evil was now able to use the Horde laboratory to revive its Horde creatures. The not yet lost to reason evil had built a brewery. A delicious aroma spread through the dungeon. Delicious blaze beer was ready and waited only for the hand of terror to place it into the forgotten cellar below the cathedral.
Something is wrong. I feel it. Men, you must stop Talia. Take battle formation. Trebuchets to the fore. The archers take a break, and the cavalry dashes straight on in, just like we practiced.
So much for those Scooby-Doo ghost hunters. Those kids and their dog won't be stopping anyone anymore.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. One of the brewing evil's little snots had started producing beer. Henceforth, this delicious elixir would nourish high-level horde creatures. The resourceful evil simply created a few barrels of beer without any further. The first barrel of blazed beer was deposited in the cathedral cellar. However, in order for this to have a reasonable explosive force, many more barrels would have to be stacked here.
What's that smell? Is someone brewing beer? Without letting me have any? That's downright insolent, that is. Off you go, lads! Go and get it! We're running low up here.
The delicious smell of hops, malt and barley had little chance of escaping an unerring dwarven nose. It was only a matter of time before those vertically challenged bearded so-and-sos would start digging into the dungeon.
Let them come. Off you go. Build traps, sharpen your weapons, and have Fairy Tale Throat Songs Part 3 at the ready. That way the pain won't stop at the face. It'll go all the way through to the ears.
Ah, I see that you caught a few of these vile creatures and put them on display, my son. Wonderful.
Well, actually, they're just prisoners of war at the moment, Father.
Things such as prisoners of war can only exist among rational beings, son. The only thing you can do for these creatures is to give them a quick death. But that can wait until after the feast.
Like how? I'll free them and add them to my army. Go ahead. Go on out there. Release the cages and smash those creatures to bits. The other way round, of course.
The zealous evil had filled about a quarter of the cathedral cellar with blazed beer. With a broad grin, it got right back to work.
Somehow, I have a very...
Ha! It's time to purify another one of those heretical monstrosities with holy fire. This one is yours, Tristan, my beloved son.
Thank you, Father. Even if I would prefer to forego the honor.
Don't be too modest now. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Fortunately, the Frankensteinian evil was now able to use the Horde laboratory to revive its Horde creatures.
Oi, this is one ugly dungeon. That's not very nice. Don't even have an invitation. Come on, guys. Get rid of that lot, and then bring me the beer!
Keep your dirty hands off my beer. I need it for a... Never mind. Go on. Knock them down. Flatten them. Shave off their beards. Oh, I sure did a number on that switcher for sure. That's what you get when you replace the cool main character with a third-rate replacement. You bozos! Welcome back, creature of the Horde. Talia cares about you and has made sure you were resurrected. Now, get back to the front, maggot.
A dwarven base in the underground is only a good half of the abandoned cellar below the cathedral was now filled with blazed beer. Henceforth, all little snots in the vicinity were forbidden to smoke.
Something is going on down there. Onward, men! And women. Storm the dungeon!
Brewing beer takes forever. I thought we were in dungeons here, and not some boring empire building game where I spend 3 hours watching my settlers bake bread.
Indeed, brewing the beer turned out to be more than a little tedious. Fortunately, there was a welcome solution for the tech-addicted evil: magic batteries. These could be used in a work unit to power it magically for a short time.
Ooh, that sounds just like what I need. All right, go ahead. I've got my credit card ready. Do I get a gift basket if I buy several at once?
The teleshopping-tuned evil first had to further research the workshop and then build an infusomat. It immediately set about doing so. The cellar was now 3/4 full of blazed beer. A truly bombastic fireworks display seemed just a finger's breadth away.
Men, my sister has hatched an insidious plan. You must stop her. Forward!
The first infusomat was ready to go. Now, all that remained was to craft a magic battery out of toolboxes and mana.
Oh, on you go, you lazy little snots. Get that stuff over here. If this keeps up, we won't have the beer done until Tanos's great-great-great-grandchildren are up there having a party.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. The cellar below the cathedral was filled to bursting with blazed beer. Talia and the explosive evil went about setting off the fireworks with huge grins on their faces.
Oh, I can hardly wait. Time to push the big red button.
Fine. Tanos' crusade against Talia. Talia had once again turned Tanos against her and aroused his holy fury. An epic battle was about to begin.
The dark power fills me.
Tanos and his foster daughter Talia once again faced each other in a merciless battle. Tanos had rounded up the last of his allies to resolve the battle once and for all.
Father, do you really want to go that far? Talia may have lost her way, but in the end, surely we can still talk to her and come to an agreement.
Son, I am impressed with how much you still believe in the good in your stepsister. But the time for talking is over. Talia was able to get me once through my goodness. That won't happen to me a second time. The Gauntlet of Finitude gives us a chance to beat Talia. Rise, men! It is time once again to enter the service of good and incinerate evil once and for all in the purifying fire of the light.
Tanos used the Gauntlet's power to revive the heroes once again and call them back from death. They rose from their graves and marched towards the dungeon as Tanos commanded.
Onward, you noble warriors! Receive the blessing of the blazing flame and bring doom upon my foster daughter!
As if a few old heroes from the last century would still have anything to say about that. The traps are trained and the creatures polished. Or the other way round. Whatever. Time to die, old man.
The insidious evil's traps performed admirably. It was certainly an excellent idea to increase their number. Tanos was protected by the Gauntlet of Finitude's power, but Talia knew that its power was limited.
Then we have no choice but to wait until Tanos runs out of juice before we can take care of him. But then, at least I have time to choose a beautiful new spear to stick his head on this time.
Tanos' crusade against Talia.
I am invincible! Well, almost.
Tanos and his foster daughter. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest.
Men, evil marches under the sun as we speak. Blasphemy! Forward! Throw that garbage back where it came from!
Enraged by the resurging evil, Thanos set his troops in motion. An increase in attacks was inevitable from this point on.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
The unscrupulous evil had slain a hero in the dungeon, as so many times before, by the way. But now, it was contemplating whether it might be time to build an ice tomb. There, dead heroes could be brought back to join the prowling evil side as wafting ghost heroes.
That would be something. Then we more or less make the heroes fight for us. All right, you little snots. Build an ice tomb, erect a hero's grave, and drag those mutilated hero corpses over here pronto!
A combat-heavy patrol walked the graveyards here to keep an eye out for grave robbers.
They're right on the money with Thanos and my dim-wit stepbrother then. But of course, they don't get questioned. I do. It's probably because I'm a dark elf. Damn you racists.
And the general of the absolute evil's army of the dark.
Yeah, well, that too. Tough.
You have lost a creature.
My friends, it is time to visit one of these graveyards.
Thanos and his fanatical followers, along with Tristan, set out to jump through a portal to one of the graveyards. It would be exciting to see what they would do there.
Probably pick themselves out a couple of nice graves and coffins. Come on, creatures. Let's reduce them to mush. Let's pound them into dust. Let's cover them in vinegar because it burns.
The undead evil now had an ice tomb complete with a fancy hero's grave at its disposal. All that was needed now was the corpse of the hero for the process to be set in motion.
This looks like the perfect spot. Son, this is where we will find more good, strong fighters for our cause.
In a graveyard? Father, I am not sure if this is really the right way for the light.
Naturally, son. Just trust me. I have the Gauntlet of Finitude and the Goddess's support. Bringing a few noble warriors back briefly from the realm of the dead for a good cause is in no way reprehensible.
And so Thanos sent resurrected heroes marching towards the warding evil. Ding dong, it's payday. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Is that all you got, Daddy? Your pathetic heroes can't even come close to beating me.
The calling heroes from the grave evil had summoned its first ghost hero. It gazed with satisfaction at the newest addition to its army of evil. the merciless evil's armies rushed into battle with the Colossus to earn some magnificent evilness.
Showed him.
My portal will soon be ready, my friends. Remain vigilant and let us do good. Warriors of good, I call you. Rise up, you guardians of light.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Arise, dead heroes, arise! Receive the blessing of the purifying flame, and now bring chaos and destruction upon the creatures of the abyss. Destroy them together with my sinister foster daughter.
A new graveyard patrol was making the rounds. The predatory evil was already making careful notes about where it could be ambushed. Enemies are in the dungeon. Talia had defeated a wave of Thanos' heroes. Colossus breathed its last. This earned the cruel evil quite a bit of evilness. Payday.
Father, it somehow feels wrong to tear these noble warriors from their graves. They fought their battles for good decades ago.
Ha! But you resurrected me too, son. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Father, I still don't think this is a good idea.
Enough, son. You don't want to side with Talia, do you? Look, the Gauntlet of Finitude will allow me to summon the heroes of old to join forces with us. Hey, son! There seems to be a small snag with the Gauntlet. I was trying to resurrect a lot more heroes.
I'm afraid its power is used up, Father. Perhaps it will recharge over time.
Huh? That is heresy! How am I supposed to do the work of the goddess and the purifying flame like this? One of you is an unbeliever. Confess!
In his rage, Thanos struck one of the heroes, an amazingly evil act that earned him, well, evilness. Interestingly enough, this seemed to charge the Gauntlet of Finitude.
Oh, that's interesting. I would have missed that detail if that were written to application. Excellent. Here, you brave warriors! Receive the blessings of the goddess and the light!
Now Thanos is going completely nuts again. And just for the record, I killed the freaking goddess of light!
Welcome back, you heroes of ages past. Receive the blessing of the sacred fire. Forward! Destroy evil once and for all!
Your enemies are in the dungeon. rock-hard evil had created a ghost stone guard. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Ding dong, it's payday. You've dug into a spider room. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. The grandiose evil had vanquished another wave of Tanos' heroes.
More coffins we've
My portal will soon be ready, my friends. Remain vigilant and let us do good.
Father, what are you doing? You just accidentally knocked this man to the ground.
I'm doing excellently, son. Don't worry. I'm sure he was a heretic. So in fact, all I did was purify a poor lost soul. But I'm fine. Look, I can pull out trees and crush rocks, just like this one.
Tanos indeed seemed massively strengthened by the Gauntlet of Finitude and crushed the rock before him. This had blocked the way to a village, which was now accessible.
Away with you, you grave robbers! Leave our poor departed in peace.
You dare to oppose the holy light on its mission? May the goddess of light embrace you!
Father, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? You're killing innocent people here.
Don't worry, son. I have this under control. This pathetic lot can't fight, and at best are prey for your depraved sister. I merely did them a favor. We can make good use of their strength in the fight against evil. After all, I can just resurrect them later. Follow me, you brave champions of good. Receive the goddess's blessings.
How many times do I have to say, I already killed that goddess? Hello? Are you even listening to me?
Into battle! Destroy my foster daughter and her wicked work! For the light!
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
Defend the dungeon heart.
The unholy evil had created a ghost priestess.
Phew, good thing she can't talk. Otherwise, we'd have to listen to her proselytizing all the time.
Once again, the gravedigger job...
Is that all you got, Daddy? Your pathetic heroes can't even come close to beating me.
The trampling evil had destroyed additional coffins in the graveyards and had completely secured one graveyard.
It's time to pay a visit to a graveyard. Make ready!
It's payday.
Come, brave fighters for the good. Rise from your graves and follow me into battle!
The marauding evil had cleared a graveyard of fallen heroes.
Arise, dead heroes, arise! Receive the blessing of the purifying flame, and now bring chaos and destruction upon the creatures of the abyss. Destroy them together with my sinister foster daughter.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
The grandiose evil had vanquished another wave of Tanos' heroes. The sharpshooting evil had created a ghost gunner. A new graveyard patrol set out ready to be intercepted by Talia and the ambush-planning evil's army. The trampling evil had destroyed additional coffins in the graveyards and had completely secured one graveyard. More coffins were destroyed by the lumberjack evil's creatures. The marauding evil had cleared a graveyard of fallen heroes. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
It's payday.
The Potarian evil had created a ghost mage.
Do you know what its ghostly robe is made of? Voldemort.
My portal will soon be ready, my friends. Remain vigilant and let us do good. It is time to call these heroes from their well-deserved rest to stand by our side against the forces of perversion. Arise, brave warriors! Follow me, you brave champions of good. Receive the goddess's blessings.
How many times do I have to say, I already killed that goddess? Hello? Are you even listening to me?
Into battle! Destroy my foster daughter and her wicked work for the light!
Defend the dungeon heart.
Your throne room is under attack.
Enemies are in the dungeon.
Is that all you got, Daddy? Your pathetic heroes can't even come close to beating me.
What? You desecrated another graveyard? Talia, you ruthless monster! I'm going to redo your makeup with a rusty nail.
No, that doesn't sound very paladin-like, foster father dear. Time to die.
Remain vigilant, my comrades. It is time to resurrect new heroes and call them to our side.
Tanos reached another village, whose access, as chance would have it, was also blocked by a rock. With one mighty blow, he destroyed the rock. An uneasy feeling crept over Tristan as his father once again approached the ignorant and unarmed villagers. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Father, stop this madness! We can't let more innocent people die just to fight my sister.
Don't worry, son. Once we win, we'll bring them all back. The way you brought me back.
No, Father. I can no longer be a part of this.
Then step aside. Get out of here, you traitor. Do not stand in the way of the light and the eternal flame. I will take care of this and eradicate.
Tristan did not dare to confront his father and ran away. All that was left behind were the unarmed villagers and Tanos with a mad glint in his eye.
No? I'm way too young to die. I was gonna take a trip around the world and...
Strengthened, Tanos set out to resurrect new heroes.
Arise, brave warriors. Fight with me on the side of the light and the sacred flame. Receive the blessing of good. Forward. May the blessed fire destroy our enemies.
Enemies are in the dungeon. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
Talia, you treacherous snake! How dare you interfere with my plans like this? May the goddess have mercy on you, for I shall have none.
Ha! I killed your goddess, and pity is something I had to look up in the dictionary. You worn-out sack of dead meat. You should climb back into the grave you crawled out of. I'll be more than happy to help, too.
Talia, you depraved creature! I curse the day I welcomed you into my home!
Talia and the graveyard-keeping evil had seriously thwarted Tanos' plans. Yet the dwarf queen Brynhild still stood at Tanos' side.
Oi, that's right. And it's about time we got out of here. Go, Tanos. The thing with the dark elf brat will have to wait until later.
What? Hold it. You still have a nice date with a spear waiting for you here.
Not today, Talia. I just need a little more of that power, that evilness, to charge the gauntlet. Only then can I destroy you and enable good to triumph.
Damn paladins with their stupid portals. All right, creatures, swing those hooves, get the lead out, and get after Tanos at a gallop. Forward!
And so, together with the pursuing evil, Talia set out in pursuit of Tanos. All's well that ends evil. Tanos had discovered that he could charge the gauntlet of finitude with evilness. It seemed obvious for him to perform evil deeds in exchange for letting the common good win in the end.
am even more powerful! Yes! I am even stronger!
It is tragic that this place of good must be destroyed. But I need the resulting evilness to charge the gauntlet. That is the only way I can destroy the absolute evil!
Thanos had obviously misplaced a few of his marbles. He marauded through the countryside, committing evil deeds in order to strengthen the good.
I totally have this deja vu thing. Very strong third part vibes. But fine, I've got the spear for his head ready now. And this time, it's got freaking barbs.
Nevertheless, the absolute evil had to react. A Thanos charged with evilness was a terrible opponent. For the good of the world, he had to be slowed and stopped.
So now, we're trying to steal the evilness from right under his nose?
Yes, that's the way it looks.
Oh, hell yes, count me in. So we do what bad guys do, and we stick it to my crazy foster father in the process.
Surely something useful could be done with the evilness later on. But first, Talia had to act faster than Thanos.
Okay, let's get out there and start doing evil deeds, so we can stop my now evil foster father from doing evil deeds. For evil! Or for the good. Oh, somehow I kind of lost the plot there somewhere. Forward, creatures!
Your little snots have dug up a spider. you have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Your little snots have dug up a spider. Ding dong! It's payday!
Talia, I despise you for making me destroy these poor towns for...
Evil is unstoppable!
My depraved foster daughter's subordinates dare to soil the surface. Onward, my faithful! Destroy these abominations!
Tanos dispatched his remaining faithful towards the dungeon. From this point on, heroes would attack the underground.
No problem. That's basically extra evilness delivered free to my door. Right. Clean your weapons, oil your traps, and prepare the meteor spell.
One of your creatures has bit the dust.
my depraved foster daughter's subordinates dare to soil the surface. Onward, my faithful! Destroy these abominations!
Tanos dispatched his remaining faithful towards the dungeon. From this point on, heroes would attack the underground.
No problem. That's basically extra evilness delivered free to my door. Right. Clean your weapons, oil your traps, and prepare the meteor spell.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Absolute evil had bagged some magnificent evilness. It was important to gain more of it than Tanos. The heroes' buildings presented themselves as high-yield alternatives.
Another victory for Talia!
Talia, you may have been faster than me this time, but in the end, good shall inevitably triumph. I will destroy the next building.
Talia and the nimble evil had destroyed one of the good buildings before Tanos could do so. One of your creatures has bit the dust.
that's done, Tanos, I'm sure the day Talia snatches a camp from right under your nose was a significant day in your life. But for me, it's just Wednesday.
Ding dong! It's payday!
have a brilliant plan. We could beat Tanos even more easily if we earned ourselves a little extra evilness. Let's pick a torture chamber.
Talia, that's the, smartest thing you've said in a long time. I should mark this date in my calendar. Huh. The deliberate evil set about building a torture chamber. This would not only satisfy higher-level demons, but a little extra evilness could also be squeezed out of the heroes there. Most of the cities in the overworld were now just smoking ruins, but there were still mythical creatures living in the overworld. Tanos's demented gaze turned to these.
It is my sacred duty to lead the light to victory. If I must destroy these good beings in order to do so, then so be it!
The good being killing evil's armies had discovered a giant hypno-bull. One of your creatures has bit the dust.
It is my sacred duty to lead the light to victory. If I must destroy these good beings in order to do so, then so be it!
The good being killing evil's armies had discovered a giant hypno-bullfrog. The dungeon heart is being attacked. good being killing evil's armies had discovered a unicorn.
And another victory for Talia!
Talia, you may have been faster than me this time, but in the end, good shall inevitably triumph. I will destroy the next building.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. You have lost a creature forever. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. The torture chamber was now ready. Higher-level demons vented their aggression on little snots, or even better, on heroes if there were any available. This also generated even more evilness.
Tanos! Father! I can no longer stand by and watch you perform despicable acts. This is not the way of the light. Rather, you have been seduced by the darkness. Since it was I who unleashed you upon this world, It is my duty to stop you.
Oh, that was unexpected. Tristan now seems to have switched sides to join his evil stepsister in stopping his even more evil father.
Tristan, you traitor. You have turned away from the light, just like your sister. I will destroy you both!
One of your creatures has died. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A few stalwart heroes set about rebuilding the destroyed buildings.
That's monstrous! We have to stop them! Forward, creatures! Stop them at all costs! Thwart their plan! Scrub the floors with soap to make them slip and fall.
No, you will never defeat me! I must withdraw. But today is not the end of days. I shall return, light be praised. And be you certain this is clear. The light will prevail, be of cheer!
Thanos has been stopped. I will return should he again attack innocent people.
And the Speedy Eagle had destroyed an aid shipment before Thanos got to it. Your army has just decreased in size due to death.
I'm back! My absence was short-lived. I will fully charge the gauntlet and destroy evil.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
This is all happening because of you. Without you, none of this.
And the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Thanos got to it. Defend the dungeon heart.
tell ya. It is because of you and your monstrous...
Your throne room is under attack.
The merciless evils are...
And once again, Talia saves the day. I mean, I'll nab the good being before that has-been Thanos can.
Your time is running out. Good shall prevail. I will destroy the next good being.
Hey, Thanos, see that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
The next shipment will be mine.
The pernicious evil had already collected a quarter of the evils. A victory over Thanos was in sight. evil's armies rushed into battle with the unicorn to earn some splendid evilness. The good being beating evil had slain a good being before Thanos could get his hands on it. The Hypno Bullfrog came back to life. A creature has become livid with rage. Talia and the Swift Evil had destroyed an orphanage shipment before Thanos could do so. The merciless Evil's armies rushed into battle with the Hypno Bullfrog to earn some wondrous evilness. Enemies are in the dungeon. One of your creatures has become livid with rage.
Hey, Thanos, See that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
The unicorn came back to life. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Payday! A gold vein is almost exhausted. The magnificent evil had discovered a particularly strong demonic creature in the underground. This would fit quite neatly into creature amassing evil's army. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Payday. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. One of your creatures has become livid with rage.
Hey, Thanos, see that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
A gold vein has been mined out.
Amazed, aren't you, Thanos? We destroyed that building!
Enemies are in the dungeon. Now that even the mythical creatures in the area were becoming almost impossible to find, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find specific targets to gather evilness.
Is that a charity shipment for a nearby orphanage over there? Sad. But I will see it destroyed in the name of victory for good.
Your little snots have dug up a spider. One of your creatures has bit the dust. Your little snots have rubbed some lava lumps. One of your little snots dug into a lava lump. The dungeon-digging evil had discovered an artifact.
Your throne room is under attack.
The magnificent evil had discovered a particularly strong demonic creature in the underground. This would fit quite neatly into creature amassing evil's army.
A creature has become livid with rage.
Talia and the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Tanos got to it. A gold vein has been mined out.
For Talia!
Talia, you may have been faster than me this time, but in the end, good shall triumph. I will destroy the next building.
Hey, Thanos, see that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. One of your creatures is furious and is on strike. The first hero disappeared into the torture chamber. And that's about enough details right there.
Stretch his arms out, bring on the beard twirler, and get me more of those ice cubes. No, not for my drink.
Well, let's just suffice to say that more evil was generated here. The dungeon heart is being attacked. The dungeon heart is being attacked. The absurd evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. You've dug into...
Hey, Thanos, see that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine!
A gold vein is almost exhausted. The vault of evilness was filled to bursting. The negligent evil had to either expand it as quickly as possible or invest in appropriate research.
Ha! And once again, Talia saves the day. I mean, I'll nab the good being before that has-been Thanos can.
Your time is running out. Good shall prevail. I will destroy the next good being.
We've already raked in half the evilness. Thanos doesn't stand a chance against us.
One of your creatures is furious and is on strike. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday! Your little snots have the absurd evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be...
Hey, Thanos, see that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
Your little snots have completely mined out.
Ha! And once again, Talia saves the day. I mean, I'll nab the good being before that has-been Thanos can.
Your time is running out. Good shall prevail. I will destroy the next good being.
There are enemies in your dungeon. One of your creatures is furious and is on strike.
Payday!
A creature had become livid with rage. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
We've already raked in half the evilness. Thanos doesn't stand a chance against us.
Another powerful demon had been discovered in the underground. Apparently, it was forgotten here during the last big game of hide-and-seek. It gratefully joined the Infernal Evil's army. Talia and the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Thanos got to it.
A creature had become livid with rage.
The first hero disappeared into the torture chamber. And that's about enough details right there.
Stretch his arms out, bring on the beard twirler, and get me more of those ice cubes. No, not for my drink.
Well, let's just suffice to say that more evilness was generated here. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Talia and the Swift Evil had destroyed an orphanage shipment before Thanos could do so. The dungeon heart is being attacked. A few Manivores have appeared in your dungeon.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
I wish there was another way than performing these evil deeds. But if this is the only way to let the light triumph, so be it!
Talia and the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Tanos got to it. Payday! Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Amazed, aren't you, Thanos? We destroyed that building!
Spiders are eating your gobblers. The merciless evil's armies rushed into battle with the unicorn to earn some splendid evilness.
This is all happening because of you. Without you, none of this would be happening.
Talia and the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Thanos got to it. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Victory for Talia!
Talia, you may have been faster than me this time, but in the end, good shall inevitably triumph. I will destroy the next building!
The merciless evil's armies rushed into battle with the unicorn to earn some splendid evilness. The evilest evil had now collected about 3/4 of the required evilness. Its triumph over Thanos was within reach.
Defend the dungeon heart.
The absurd evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The evilest evil had now collected about 3/4 of the required evilness. Its triumph over Thanos was within reach.
Your throne room is under attack. The dungeon heart is being attacked. It's payday.
Hey, Thanos, see that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. Talia and the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Thanos got to it.
Defend the dungeon heart.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Amazed, aren't you, Thanos? We destroyed that building.
Talia and the nimble evil had destroyed one of the good buildings before Thanos could do so.
The dungeon heart is being attacked. Payday!
Hey, Thanos! See that food shipment for starving families there? I put the torch to that one before your decomposing brain even noticed it.
Just you wait. The next shipment will be mine.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Talia and the Speedy Evil had destroyed an aid shipment before Thanos got to it. A gold vein has been mined out.
We did it! I did it. That should be enough evilness to feed Gorgu. So, little baby, eat up all that tasty evilness.
Enriched by all this energy, Gorgu once again became the Dungeon Lord. In this form, he could take on Thanos' undead At least, that's what Tanya and the really thinking plans through evil thought.
What's with all the pessimism? Dungeon Lord Gorgu will thoroughly kick Tanos's butt, and then that barbed spear I mentioned earlier comes into play.
The duel. All's well that ends.
Oh.
A gold vein is almost exhausted.
I wish there was another way than performing these evil deeds. But if this is the only way to let the light triumph, so be it!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Your little snots have dug up a spider. A gold vein has been mined out.
It's payday.
I feel how the evilness strengthens my powers of good. Wonderful.
Tenos had captured a fair amount of evilness. The planning evil could try to stop him temporarily by having its creatures engage him in a fight.
Brilliant idea. I'm sure I would have thought of that too. Forward, creatures, into battle! Not all of you will survive, but that is a price I'm willing to pay.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
A few manacles have appeared in your dungeon. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Another hero is taken to the torture chamber. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon.
A creature has become livid with rage.
Your little snots have discovered an artifact.
One of your creatures is furious and is on strike.
Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Spiders are eating your gobblers. Enemies are in the dungeon.
A creature has become livid with rage.
Ding dong, it's payday.
One of your creatures is furious and is on strike.
Another hero was brought to the torture chamber, where they bravely generated bonus evilness. The duel. Dungeon Lord Gorgu and Tanos stood. All's well that ends evil. Tanos had discovered that he could charge the gauntlet of... The duel. Dungeon Lord Gorgu and Tanos stood face to face. Both were getting ready for an all-important battle. The duel. Dungeon Lord Gorgu and Tanos stood face to face. Both were getting ready for an all-important battle.
Invincible! Well, almost.
Gorgu had ingested enough evilness to remain in the guise of the Dungeon Lord for an extended period of time. But Tanos was also able to strengthen himself somewhat. Both opponents now faced one another in an implacable duel. Imagine here some quick camera cuts to the grim faces of the two opponents, like the ones you used to see in the anime series of your youth. The stare-down could fill out several volumes all by itself, but just for you, we've condensed that down to one line of dialogue. Then the two opponents began to throw wildly powerful missiles at each other's ears. But such an epic battle with unusual attacks and such took its toll, and both sides retreated for a short breather.
Men, despair not. It is time to prepare for the final battle. Fight at my side. Together, we will destroy evil once and for all!
This rousing speech, together with the threat of beatings in the case of non-compliance, served to mobilize Tanos' reaming heroes. It would certainly make sense for Talia to support Gorgu as well.
Really? I thought Gorgu would make short work of Tanos now. After all the stress of the previous mission. Is someone trying to grind out a little extra game time? But hey, fine, don't let anyone say I let evil down. I'll throw wave after wave of my creatures at Tanos if I have to. Up you get, you lazy bums. Pick yourselves up, build a dungeon, raise an army, and severely rearrange Tanos' teeth.
Your little snots have dug up a spider. The dungeon-digging evil had discovered an artifact. new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
It's payday.
Some of Tanis's willing helpers set out for the dungeon to attack the dungeon heart. It was probably a sensible idea to prevent them from doing so. enemies have entered the dungeon. One of your creatures has died.
I'm back.
Ding dong, it's payday.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
The clash of the giants was at hand. They would meet over there.
Excellent. Good to know. Then I'll get the troops hurt and give them a taste of the leather. I mean, put the troops on alert and pull them together. Damn it.
It's payday.
Enemies are in the dungeon. One of your creatures has died. Payday.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Tanos and Gorgu had recovered enough and once again joined in fervent battle. A duel worthy of mention in the history books was in the offing. Gorgu was just getting a feel for what it was like to actually be the Dungeon Lord. He had meanwhile discovered additional powers. Thus it was possible for him to heal himself on the one hand and to execute a powerful additional attack on the other. However, it took him a while to gather the strength for these skills.
The little rugrat really does have a few tricks up his sleeve. Wonderful! Those are just the things needed to smack Thanos right in the kisser. Forward, Gorgu! Kick the old man's butt!
Faithful to me! Support me in my fight against evil!
Heroes set out to attack Gorgu. It was probably very sensible for the outwitted evil to take some countermeasures.
Like how? Creatures to Gorgu! Support him in his fight against the good, evil, good? Ugh, I have no idea what Thanos is even supposed to represent anymore. Anyway, bash his head in, stick it in a blender and make yourself some cocktails.
It's payday.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. Thanos and Gorgu had recovered enough and once again joined in fervent battle. A duel worthy of mention in the history books was in the offing. Gorgu was just getting a feel for what it was like to actually be the Dungeon Lord. He had meanwhile discovered additional powers. Thus it was possible for him to heal himself on the one hand and to execute a powerful additional attack on the other. However, it took him a while to gather the strength for these skills.
The little rugrat really does have a few tricks up his sleeve. Wonderful! Those are just the things needed to smack Thanos right in the kisser. Forward, Gorgu! Kick the old man's butt.
Faithful to me! Support me in my fight against evil!
Heroes set out to attack Gorgu. It was probably very sensible for the outwitted evil to take some countermeasures.
Like how? Creatures to Gorgu! Support him in his fight against the good, evil, good? Ugh, I have no idea what Thanos is even supposed to represent anymore. Anyway, bash his head in, stick it in a blender and make yourself some cocktails.
Gorgu's regenerative ability was breathtaking. Some of his wounds quickly closed back up. The Dungeon Lord used a particularly powerful attack against Thanos. Both Gorgu and Tanos withdrew yet again to recuperate. Talia and the army training evil took advantage of this brief respite to regroup. Heroes who had planned to do battle with Gorgu now made their way into the dungeon after all. Ding dong, it's payday. The merciless evil's armies had destroyed one of the bases set up by Tanos' faithful. This would probably slow them down a bit, but at the same time, it spurred them on even more. Crazy fanatics.
It's payday.
Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. Another base belonging to Tanos' faithful was destroyed. Gold vein is nearly exhausted. belonging to Tanos' faithful was destroyed. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A gold vein has been mined out. Enemies are in the dungeon. Dungeon Lord Gorgu and Tanos were about to meet again. This epic battle would take place on that as yet undistinguished field.
Excellent! Then let's get ready to give that damn paladin wannabe a hot reception. And I ain't talking tasty hot beverages either.
One of your rooms is being destroyed. One of your rooms is being destroyed. Enemies are destroying one of your rooms. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. new area of the dungeon has been discovered. Tanos and Gorgu faced each other again, ready for another epic duel. One of the Dungeon Lord's skills was once again available. Tanos' followers also planned to support their leader in battle. Gorgu's regenerative ability was breathtaking. Some of his wounds quickly closed back up. Your little snots are completely mined out of gold vein. The Dungeon Lord used a particularly powerful attack against Tanos. Once again, Tanos and Gorgu retreated. Whether it was to catch their breath or whether they went out for a coffee together is unknown. Another base belonging to Tanos' faithful was destroyed. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Ding dong, it's payday. A gold vein is almost exhausted. Another battle between Tanos and Dungeon Lord Gorgu was brewing. The ruthless evil made its preparations. A gold vein has been mined out. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Thanos and Gorgu appeared once again, ready to face one another in a third battle. I hope this was the finale, as we're running out of battlefields. One of the Dungeon Lord's skills was once again available for use. Gorgu's self-healing powers kicked in. Some of Thanos' fanatical followers set out to help their leader. Gorgu used his most powerful blow in the fight against Thanos.
This can't be true. Good must triumph.
Ha! Take that, old man. At first, I thought it was stupid of Tristan to resurrect you, but I've reconsidered. You are such a crazy frickin' scumbag that you really do deserve to die twice for this.
But with the last of his strength, Thanos managed to use the Gauntlet of Finitude. What happened next is so blatant that we have to show it in a cutscene. The battle between Thanos and Dungeon Lord Gorgu raged. Both opponents assumed their best anime fighting poses, sized up their opponent, and then exchanged blows, magic missiles, and/or telepathic insults. But even though the fight dragged on due to Gorgu's inexperience, the end was predestined. Thanos was forced further and further into the defensive. In his distress, Thanos saw himself with only one remaining option. He took the Stones of Finitude and stuffed them into his mouth. Thanos was bathed in an unnatural light, with flames rising from his eyes. He grew and grew as his muscles swelled and his body deformed. This discharge hurled the Stones of Finitude away yet again and scattered them in all directions. In his new form, Thanos was now significantly stronger than the inexperienced Gorgu, and with one mighty blow, the mutation hurled the Dungeon Lord in training to the side. Then the creature turned towards Talia. Its eyes began to flash. Destructive laser beams, yes, that's really what it says here, shot out of its eyes toward the Dark Elf to destroy her. But this was the moment for heroes, and so Tristan pushed his stepsister Talia aside, out of the line of fire. So now, instead of Talia, Tristan was scorched by Thanos' laser eyes. Talia had no time to check on her stepbrother, but fled as fast as she could. If looks could kill, Thanos had destroyed the Gauntlet of Finitude and absorbed its power. The resulting transformation was unpleasant. Talia and the fleeing evil got the hell out of there. If looks could kill, Thanos had destroyed the Gauntlet of Finitude and absorbed its power. The resulting transformation was unpleasant. Talia and the fleeing evil got the hell out of there.
The evil energy grows stronger! I will destroy this land. I will destroy this land. Good, pretty guardian of hate and evil in a sailor suit. Good will fall.
Thanos had fully unleashed the Gauntlet's power, transforming into a giant monster that was definitely not green for trademark reasons. High energy light shot from his eyes, melting everything in its path.
Ah, the goddess of light has blessed me. The cleansing light of my eyes will burn all evil from the face of the earth.
How many times I killed the goddess? She can't bless anyone anymore.
And even under the earth you are not safe, you despicable creatures.
Thanos' laser eyes carved a hole in the ground that stretched down into the depths of the dungeon. If these lasers were to hit the dungeon heart, it would be the end of the absolute evil. Meanwhile, in the underground, Talia had other things she considered important.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna make some hackneyed crack about women and mirrors now, you miserable chauvinist. The fact is, that thing gives me a break.
The laser eyes were leaving a trail of devastation through the dungeon. But in the middle of their path, by pure chance, of course, stood Talia's mirror.
Ah! What devilry! Talia, you vile thing! You are truly the most evil spawn that ever existed! Just wait until my eyes have recovered. Then my cleansing gaze will burn you to ashes!
That Thanos is such a miserable jerk. He doesn't even notice when he puts himself out of action. I mean, that was my ingenious plan all along, of course. Unfortunately, my mirror also broke in the process. Where am I going to get a new one now?
Talia and the Absolute Evil had nothing to counter Thanos' gigantic laser eyes at the moment. Both agreed that a strategic withdrawal from these lands was the wisest choice for the time being.
So, well, if that's what the narrator says, then that's probably what happened, right? But fine. For now, it probably really makes sense to get the hell out of Dodge. Forward, creatures! Line up in rows of 2. Hold the creature next to you by the hand, and then run away in panic!
If look... Thanos had fully unleashed the While Talia gazed sadly at the remains of the mirror, the Council of Little Snots suddenly spoke up out of nowhere. It just so happened that they had just bought a huge stock of leftover mirrors, but since they all wore robes where you could barely make out their faces, they didn't have any use for them. However, the Council of Little Snots was planning a huge feast called Thanks Gobbler. In exchange for some of those delicious birds, the council was more than willing to provide one of its mirrors.
Can't they just send us the mirror anyway? Oh, but fine. Forwards! Move it! Feed the gobblers, raise them, give them food, spiked with hormones and medicine. Wait, why am I even laughing?
If looks
The dark power fills me. Power is indescribable.
Thanos had fully unleashed While Talia gazed sadly at the remains of the mirror, the Council of Little Snots suddenly spoke up out of nowhere. It just so happened that they had just bought a huge stock of leftover mirrors, but since they all wore robes where you could barely make out their faces, they didn't have any use for them. However, the Council of Little Snots was planning a huge feast called Thanks Gobbler. In exchange for some of those delicious birds, the council was more than willing to provide one of its mirrors.
Can't they just send us the mirror anyway? Oh, but fine. Forwards! Move it! Feed the gobblers, raise them, give them food, spiked with hormones and medicine. Wait, why am I even laughing?
You've dug into a spider room. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. The dungeon-digging evil had discovered an artifact. You've dug into a spider room. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. Your little snots have dug up a spider. The proper resources lacking evil sent an empty-handed messenger to the Council of Little Snots. Payday. The resource-generating evil sent a shipment off to the Council of Little Snots. A few of Tanos's more fanatical followers were not frightened by their leader's monstrosity, but rather encouraged. They gleefully rushed into the dungeon to attack it. The resource-gathering evil sent a partial shipment off to the Council of Little Snots.
My eyesight will soon return, Talia. Then it will be time to look deep into my eyes.
A few of Tanos's more fanatical followers were not frightened by their leader's monstrosity, but rather encouraged. They gleefully rushed into the dungeon to attack it. The resource-generating evil sent a shipment off to the Council of Little Snots.
My eyesight will soon return, Talia. Then it will be time to look deep into my eyes.
The resource-gathering evil sent a partial shipment off to the Council of Little Snots. The Council of Little Snots was more than pleased with the many delicious gobblers the farm-owning evil had sent them. Grateful for its delivery, the Council of Little Snots sent the reflectionless evil a shiny new mirror.
Splendid! This will help us stop Thanos. At least once.
Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon.
My vision has cleared again. Time for some purifying fire. Look me in the eyes!
Thanos' eyes had calmed down again, and once more lasers shot out, burning through the underground. Tanos's laser eyes hit a room in the dungeon and began to vaporize it.
Ah! My eyes! Tell ya, you... Vile creature! You dare to oppose the light! My vision has cleared again. Time for some purifying fire. Look me in the eyes!
Tanos's eyes had calmed down again, and once more lasers shot out, burning through the underground.
My eyes! Tell ya, you vile creature! You dare to oppose the light! Good will always win!
Although the mirror had once again stopped Tanos, it again broke under the strain.
Oops. Now that's a little suboptimal. Does this mean I have to rely on that Council of Little Snots advice again?
The Council of Little Snots wanted some blight for their soon-to-be-held Halloween party to give it that authentic putrid smell. In return, they would be only too happy to send the absolute evil one of their mirrors. The resource-generating evil sent a shipment off to the Council of Little Snots.
I may be momentarily blinded, but I have my eye drops here somewhere, and then we'll have a little talk, Talia.
Evil's army reached a destroyed bridge, once known as the Bridge of Death, before countless swallows of unknown origin landed on it. Perhaps the nearby hero camp held an alternative way to cross the gorge. few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Ding dong, it's payday. The stuff-collecting evil sent a shipment to the Council of Little Snots. The invading evil's armies had captured a city belonging to Tanos's fanatical followers. A mysterious portal lay within. The proper resources lacking evil sent an empty-handed messenger to the Council of Little Snots. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. The resource-gathering evil sent a partial shipment on its way to the Council of Little Snots. Musty smells wafted up the Council of Little Snots' noses as they took delivery of the fresh, or not-so-fresh, blight from the musty evil. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the dungeon. The happily sending its creatures through weird portals evil had successfully used a teleportation portal and thus managed to lead its creatures across the gorge.
My eyes are getting used to this darkness. I can sense the enemy in my surroundings. I'm going to... Out! Ah! I stumped my foot, damn it!
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. One of your creatures has died. Tanos's gaze was no longer clouded. Lasers shot out of his eyes and burned their way through the dungeon. A gold vein has been mined out.
My eyes!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. The Council of Little Snots had had enough of snow castles melting on them. Now instead, a fort was to be built from toolboxes that would hold up well. In exchange for some of those toolboxes, the Council of Little Snots would be only too happy to part with one of its mirrors. The stuff-collecting evil sent a shipment to the Council of Little Snots. Payday! The resource-generating evil sent a shipment off to the Council of Little Snots.
Ah, my eyes! I hate this. All I want is to be able to see again and burn my cursed foster daughter. Is that too much to ask?
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Heroes are freed from conquering evil had destroyed a second base full of Tanos's fanatics. Its troops were able to use the portal there to cross the gorge again. The stuff connecting evil sent a shipment to the Council of Little Snots. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. The resource-gathering evil sent a partial shipment on its way to the Council of Little Snots. The stuff connecting evil sent a shipment to the Council of Little Snots. Ding dong! It's payday! The resource-gathering evil sent a partial shipment on its way to the Council of Little Snots. The Council of Little Snot's toolbox fort was starting to take shape. A courier with a mirror was gratefully sent on their way. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the glamorous Evil's dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
My eyesight! I need my eyes again so that I can burn the heretics! Ah!
Tanos's eyes had cleared, and again they burned through the underground. Prisoners are being freed from your dungeon.
That I have been blinded! Vile scum! How dare you resist!
The Council of Little Snots was very interested in alchemy. As a result, they often slapped together the wildest mixtures of drinks. They would gladly send a mirror in return for a few potions. Oh. Oh. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Ding dong, it's payday.
Hasta la vista, baby.
The Council of Little Snots toolbox fort was starting to take shape. A courier with a mirror was gratefully sent on their way. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the glamorous Evil's dungeon.
My eyesight! I need my eyes again so that I can burn the heretics! Ah!
Tanos's gaze was no longer clouded. lasers shot out of his eyes and burned their way through the dungeon.
Defend the dungeon heart. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
My eyes!
Your demonic portal is under attack. The Council of Little Snots was very interested in alchemy. As a result, they often slapped together the wildest mixtures of drinks. They would gladly send a mirror in return for a few potions.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
The proper resources lacking evil sent an empty-handed messenger to the Council of Little Snots.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Payday. The stuff connecting evil sent a shipment to the Council of Little Snots. The resource-generating evil sent a shipment off to the Council of Little Snots.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Talia and the Absolute Evil had finally reached the evacuation point for their tactical retreat.
Phew, that was really something. We urgently need a way to stop Thanos again. I still have that sharp-pointed spear, just pining for Thanos' head.
To be able to stop Thanos again, it would probably be necessary to reassemble the Gauntlet of Finitude. However, the stones that filled the gauntlet were scattered in all directions. It would take some time to round them all up.
Of course. Nothing in this stupid dungeon series is ever easy. Any sensible person would think to themselves, boom, let's just beat the crap out of him and that's it. But no, I have to go through the countryside and collect some stupid stones. Okay, fine. Let's get this over with so I can get back to the point where I put Thanos' head on a spear.
The finish. The stuff-collecting evil sent a shipment to the Council of Little Snots. While a council member mixed themselves a heel poise blast, a mirror was dispatched on its way to the dungeon. Another mirror from the Council of Little Snots was delivered to the glamorous evil's dungeon. Talia and the Absolute Evil had finally reached the evacuation point. The Finitude